Happy June. We're getting there.
Good morning, happy June to everyone, happy Pride to everyone.
Yes, indeed. Happy Pride. So we have a few articles to present this morning. I know you do as well. We're happy to go first or second, so why don't you pick and we'll follow.
I know, yep, you guys can go ahead, go first. Are Susan not making it today to join us?
Susan, I believe, will be with us shortly, and Justice will also, I believe, be joining us in a bit, and we're not sure if Sunita will be joining us today at this point.
All right, thank you.
All right, so in full transparency, our sequence for this morning is we're going to start with a few articles that we believe are very close to a TA, if not at a TA, and we're going to get just a little progressively more challenging with our articles. So we're starting with 3, 26, and 27. Hopefully we're close, if not there, with those ones, and then 16 and 18, and then concluding with 8 and 14, as those are pretty meaty ones, and we want to conclude with those to give time to let those percolate and then ask any questions that we may have, or you may have.
You said 26 and 27?
Yeah, we can start with.
We're handing out 3.
Okay, so 3's coming out now.
Do you want the others to go immediately?
We could do all 3 at once. We'll hand out 3, 26, and 27 all together. Thanks.
Hand her out, Eric. And I'll start 27. All right, 27.
Thank you. Chris, I'm going to steal your pen if we sign. Thank you.
Are you good? Is that just an extra?
Lisa, Stephanie, I like the Pride OSEA shirts. Those are cool. Yeah. And that. I bet, yeah. Good details.
Paula's
That's
my
right.
bestie.
All right, I see the dance of articles may have concluded. Does everybody have 3, 26, and 27 in front of them? Awesome. All right, so 3, we presented back in March an initial on Article 3 in which we added language to C stating that we can create, or management can create and establish salary placement for new jobs. We've removed the additional language of and establish salary placement. So what you see in front of you for 3 really is existing contract language. Any questions there? Awesome. And then moving on to 26, and really similar changes for number 27. Just really updating, now that we have agreement on compensation and the duration of the COLA and the insurance agreements that we've made already, this just clarifies updates the years that this will be in effect for. So for both 26 and 27, you'll see this reflective of a 3-year contract. So a little bit of housekeeping on both of those. Any questions on any of those 3?
No, I don't think we have any questions at this time.
Okay. All right. And as promised, we'll get a little more complex slightly. Let's do Article 16 next. This is on holidays, and once those are out, my colleague Carrie will share with us about this one. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Article 16 is about holidays, and what you see in front of you looks like there are a lot of changes. There are a lot of housekeeping changes. Little article structure with headers, degendering the pronouns, and spelling out numbers like we've done in other articles. There's some corrections to the names of holidays and putting those holidays in calendar order. It kind of jumped around a bit. So just taking the opportunity to clean that up and moving a little bit of language from one section to another for clarity and flow. Behind all of that housekeeping updating, and you'll see the third page there is just a cleaner, easier to read copy if we don't show all of those housekeeping changes. There are two more substantial clarifying changes proposed. One is section A2, that we currently have language indicating that Juneteenth is a holiday for various groups, including classified employees who work 212 to 222 days. And we propose language that Juneteenth would be a holiday if it falls within the employee's scheduled work year. Currently, we have some employees on a schedule that would not actually normally include Juneteenth, and we have to make adjustments to the calendar, push it later in the year, simply in order to have Juneteenth be a part of their schedule, and then the following day after Juneteenth as well, which means those employees aren't able to have the regular work days in their schedule that are needed at the start of the school year. So we would propose that for employees in those categories, 212 to 222 day schedules, that Juneteenth would be a holiday if it's within their normal year, and if it's not within their normal year, it'll be summer. There's also clarifying language in section B3A about Independence Day. We sometimes have a 4-day-a-week, 10-hour-a-day schedule in place in the summer, but that is not a practice that is absolutely locked in forever and ever. And so this is clarifying language that 10 hours of holiday pay is about when we have a 4-day-a-week, 10-hour-a-day schedule in place, then employees will receive 10 hours of holiday pay. If at some future point that schedule were not in place, it wouldn't make sense to have 10 hours for Independence Day. And all the rest is housekeeping.
And looking at that last section should be C. It looks like we have two Bs. The final one is C, holiday calendar. Any questions on holidays?
I don't think we have questions at this time.
Okay. All right. Our next is Article 18 on uniforms, and Charity will be speaking about Article 18.
Okay, I think everyone has a copy. The first, I'll just go through it as it's written. So we moved the personal protective equipment piece. It was kind of dangling at the end, so we wanted to move it up and make it a little clearer that the district will be providing that. So that's A. The next changes were under C with relation to uniforms and different materials, clarifying for nutrition services that it is for employees who work in kitchens. There are some staff that work in central office, and so this would not be a benefit for them. It will just be for staff in the kitchens. And then clarifying that it's up to 5 aprons that will be provided to staff. For mechanics, coveralls included, calling it out a little more clearly. And then 5 is new, and we pulled that from your proposed new article on safety. Thought this was a better place for that. Most of the things will be going into the new 14 that we're proposing, but added the safety glasses here in this piece. And then mechanic tools, just a couple changes. Cover damages due to carelessness, misuse, and normal use and tear included. And I think that's all for that piece, if there's any questions around that.
My question would be, why is it up to 5 aprons when there are 5 days in the week? And if you get your clothing dirty, you might not be able to wash everything during the week, during the work week. Why are we doing less than 5?
So it will be up to 5. Part of the reason we're moving it to that is that the way we've been hiring lately, there's a lot more turnover with staff. And so we've been getting more staff in who might work for a couple days and decide nutrition services isn't for them. And based on current contract, here's your 5 aprons, and then they don't get the 5 aprons back to us. So there's been a lot more loss of the aprons with regard to that. So we'll start you out with a couple. You hanging around, we'll get you a couple more. So it's not that we don't intend to give you all that you would need. It's just that we're trying to be mindful and kind of balance those two things.
Thank you. I think that might be the only question we have right now.
Okay.
And thank you for the call out of putting the added 5 in from the safety article in here. It does make more sense to put it in this article, so thank you.
All right, get comfy, Article 8.
Sometimes I think I know what he's gonna say, but I don't.
Oh, did we say 14 first?
No, I just assumed.
It's probably a fair assumption. I don't need one. You don't need one? No, thanks. All right. So as we all know, Article 8 is a pretty hefty article, and so I'm going to go through just a few sections at a time, ask my team to chime in if there's something that I miss or overlook, and also just provide opportunity for questions kind of as we go through this article, because there's a lot here to digest. I do feel we are getting pretty close on Article 8. As we go through this, I'll kind of highlight the sections that we're in agreement on, but then also call out where we still don't have agreements. But I think those particular topics are narrowing down. So we spent a good amount of time really looking closely at your last proposal on 8 and really appreciate the work and the time that your team has put into that. And we were able to pull a lot from your proposal into what you see in front of you. That being said, we also worked somewhat on the formatting, and so you won't see an apples to apples. We really try to format this in a way that made structural sense, and we know this is an article, and at least personally, that sometimes it's hard to find the content we're looking for, or I'm looking for. So we hope that this structure provides a little bit more, makes it more user-friendly, if you will. So with that, I'm going to dive in. I think in A, we are very close. The exception here is you asked for the calendar, the school calendars to be delivered within 14 days of completion, which we've accepted that. And then you also asked for including the work calendars for all classifications. We didn't bring forward that language as there's many departments that are involved in finalizing that, but we are committed to providing the employee calendars in a very timely manner and as close to the district calendars as possible, but not being able to commit specifically to a 14-day window on that. The next section, exempt employees. Again, we are largely in agreement. If you read through the language, the majority of what you proposed is captured in our Section 3 exempt employees. The notable exceptions to that are really around exempt employees. And so in our 3A, you'll see that our proposal is that when exempt employees are assigned work either less than their they will be paid per diem and a prorated per diem if they're assigned work beyond their workday. And so you presented language as far as regarding a stipend, but as we really feel we want to be consistent with having a prorated pay for work that's done outside of their calendar time. And we've accepted your language as well regarding the designated holiday. So if that additional work falls on one of the designated holidays from Article 18, that they would have a per diem rate paid for that time. B, C, and D are language mirrored from your proposal. The next exception to ours is we did not bring forward the language around winter and spring breaks for those on a 260-day calendar. Specifically, those are time periods that are, for all staff, we're expected to work our assigned calendars. And so if it is a calendar day that we're tasked with, we are either expected to work those days or use available leave balances such as vacation. And so the practice in the past has been that for 260s, they may not have needed to use their vacation time for the winter or spring breaks. It was based on supervisor discretion for those particular positions. That created kind of some discord between departments. Some were tasked with work, others were not. Those who were not may have not needed to use vacation time. And so the result of that was some groups of employees received considerably more vacation time than others. And really the intention is it's a paid day. You're expected to either work it or use your available leave balances. And that's for really all employee groups. So that's the significant difference between the two articles for exempt employees.
Curtis, can I add one thing? In what is 3B, exempt employees, that language is fairly close to yours, although you had said employees on a 260-day calendar are exempt from rest and meal periods. For us, the very definition of exempt employees is that you're exempt from things like meal period, rest period, et cetera. So whether you're on a 260-day calendar or any other, if you're an exempt employee, you're exempt from those things. So whereas your language qualified that statement by saying employees on a 260-day calendar, we've just simply said exempt employees are exempt from the following things. Felt like it was true for exempt employees regardless of what their calendar duration was.
Thank you, Brian. Next section, step placement and also advancement on salary scale. I believe we are in alignment on both of those. Which brings us to D, reclassification, position review, newly created positions. Really, again, appreciate the work that your team did on this particular topic. This is, as we know, a complex topic. And there's inherently a lot of confusion, I think, that lives in our system regarding these particular topics. So we were able to take a close look at what you provided and take some of that language and capture it into ours. But really, we really want to provide, I think this goes a little deeper as far as providing some greater clarity to split out the difference between a newly created position in the district versus position review. We want to make sure that those topics really stand out as separate and distinct topics when we look at position review. And so our proposal starts with number one, as you see there, new positions, and really that the salary placement of new positions or positions that have a significant change, the district retains the right to place those, but that placement is shared with the association prior to implementation, and that the association will have a time period of 14 days to request in writing if they want to bargain that. So calling that out as distinct from the position review process. The next section, position review, we were able to take, again, much of your language. Some of the new topics that we've accepted from your language is around the frequency. You may be familiar with our current position review as an annual that really starts in January. And your language presented the opportunity for individuals to apply for position review kind of throughout the year. And so we see that need and agree with you on that. We've added language around the frequency, however, in which an employee in the same position can apply for a position review. And so the intention of that is an employee can apply once a year, not on a specific date, but they could apply once a year. We don't want to see, a month by month by month reapplication. It's a once a year per employee application for position review. And so we added that language there. And then we also, you had language around when the position review, if there is a position change granted, a change in salary placement, when that change would go into effect. We've adjusted that to be, I think you see it in C in the back. Effective date for any salary change will be the first day of the month following the approval of reclassification. That's to really provide time for payroll to get that memorialized and updated on the pay records. So whereas now it's July 1, it's kind of this language acknowledges your proposal and keeps it kind of on a rolling basis. We didn't move forward with some of the language that we feel are kind of more process-based, as that's outlined in the existing position review application and process. And so as that's called out elsewhere, we don't want to add too much language to the contract that may be already covered elsewhere. So what in your current reclassification number 3, we were able to pull the salient points into this, but really, again, trying to keep this concise and clear. E, change in position. Again, this one we are largely in agreement on. The notable exceptions that we have in E are you proposed a automatic, or a 5% differential for employees. Specifically, your states, they will be paid at least 5% higher than the employee's current salary. Our concern with that is that has an impact on our pay equity. It's already stated in here that employees' placement on the salary scale is based on their experience and their qualifications for the position. And so we want to make sure that employees who are doing this similar work, the same position with the same background experience are paid the same as one another. And so in order to maintain pay equity and consistency between employees, we've not accepted the language around the 5% higher pay for employees who change positions. And I'm going to pause and ask my team if there's anything that I've missed in my ramblings, and then invite questions. Any questions so far?
This isn't so much something you miss as I'm looking at their language in that first, what would be E1, where we have when a classified employee changes position, and they had when a classified employee applies for and is hired to a new position. I think that language actually probably is workable unless I'm missing something. We didn't adopt that change.
Applies for an assigned too. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's what would be happening here. Somebody applied for a different job, right?
Right. Yep. I agree. Any other questions or any questions?
Brian just got to the microphone before me. I was gonna ask about that too.
All right. Workplace closure. Again, I think we're pretty close in this one. The vast majority of this is the same. I call out a distinction between ours and yours. In our F1A, you requested that the essential crew be designated, as I read through yours, it looks like September 30th, and then a subsequent date, that notification would be to the union by the 15th. In talking to our departments and our teams, really, we want to make sure that the start of the year goes smoothly, and knowing that that is often when we see leadership changes. We agree that the essential crew list will be identified and communicated out, but operationally, November 15th is a date that would allow either new leaders in departments, or if there's changes in departments, that they could be inclusive of voices that may be new to the departments, to have time to make changes to that essential crew list and have that communicated out, ideally before we start to experience inclement weather events. And so our proposal is to have that communicated out no later than November 15th. And then also clarifying, because we don't want any confusion out there that, we can't fully anticipate what kind of emergency events we may have or the nature of all those events. And so other staff may be called in as needed. And so just want to make sure that that's clear, because again, we're not able to predict fully all of the emergency events that may occur. But I believe beyond that, F is largely the same. We've also accepted your clarifying language in what is now our number 3, employees on leave. This question comes up all the time regarding if somebody's on leave, how the closure impacts their sick leave that they may have already put in for. So appreciate that clarification there. Section G, normal work hours. I believe we're in agreement on that one.
Oops, one piece that we're not, they had proposed that sentence, departments/schools shall schedule employees for shifts of a minimum of 2 hours. And we did not pick up that language. And I think that's a crossing guard thing, isn't it?
That's right. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, we do have a few individuals who only serve as a crossing guard, and that would put them under the 2 hours. So we want to make sure that we're not unintentionally excluding any employees through that language. So thank you, Brian. Yep. H, overtime. We are reasserting our language in 1A. This is, we currently have a MOU on overtime stating that overtime is based on the base rate of the pay for the position which the extra time was worked. So if we have individuals who are working 2 or more positions, that put them over 40 hours. We really want to make sure that we're able to continue to provide those overtime opportunities. And in order to do that, the overtime is based on the position in which the employee works over 40 hours. And so what we see with this is, frequently like a building monitor may put somebody above 40 hours, and we want to make sure that we're paying them overtime for that position, not necessarily their primary position. So if a program specialist 2, for example, is serving as a building monitor, there's a significant difference in those salaries. And then in D, we called out really that overtime ends at 11:59 p.m., not 12 midnight, so just a clerical change there. Moving on to number 2, really 2 and 3. Really appreciate the clarity that, again, these topics tend to get a little blurred, I think, sometimes in people's minds. And so you added a definition of comp time in your proposal, which we thought was brilliant. And so we extended that to flex time as well. So starting with a definition for both, so hopefully provide some clarity as to what's the distinguishing factors between those two. And so I think we're really close on these ones as far as the intent of the language between the two. But again, we added a definition for flex really to help provide just some clarity for employees as to what they're looking at between the difference between flex and comp time. I'm looking through to see if there's other factors there.
I think probably the biggest one where we're different still in that flex time piece is we are proposing a change that would allow a supervisor to require an employee to flex. We've added language there that they would be given at least 48 hours notice. So it wasn't as last minute of a scenario. In lieu of that, the district supervisor can always require somebody to work overtime. But that may not be kind of the best way to handle a situation. So there are times that come up where additional hours need to be worked. So the current language has it a mutual agreement. And so we are proposing that as a change. I think the 48 hours piece might be new to this proposal, but that fundamental change was present in our initial proposal.
All right. Thank you, Brian. And number 4, callback provisions. You'll see the differences here are in our 4B, that the acknowledging the callback provisions do not apply to work that's scheduled in advance. Really want to call that out. Oftentimes, for example, individual may be needed for conferences, and those are scheduled in advance, or there may be a training that is outside of the regular hours that's scheduled in advance. I want to make sure that we continue to provide those services to our students or to our staff, but as they are in advance, that wouldn't justify or qualify as a callback. And then similar in our 4D, just really clarifying for the nutrition services, this does not apply to work hours for district nutrition services programs outside of the regular school day. So that's really our existing practice, but clarifying that there. And then
Curtis, can I go back on one item on compensatory time? You had a proposal in yours that would have allowed people to exceed the 80 hours of max accrual of comp time with with administrator approval. I think we'd like to be consistent across the district and not have individual work sites or individual supervisors allow we like consistency, organizational consistency, we feel like is appropriate. And it can be problematic, and I could defer to Mike on this. If we had an individual supervisor who allowed a very large accrual of comp time and that was sitting on the books, and then you had to pay it out, and that can be, or they left employment or it got to the end of the year, that could be pretty problematic. So this one is as much for us to help keep all of our supervisors on the same page as it is about anything. And I think it also doesn't work well when employees hear, well, that supervisor at that site allows people to accrue more and my supervisor doesn't, so again, our aim here is organizational consistency. So that's why we didn't pick up that change.
Thank you, Brian. I think another challenge that we see if we go above 80 is, this time of year, sometimes people move between locations. And if one supervisor allowed comp time, 100 hours, that could become a financial responsibility for the new sites. And we really want to make sure that we're not accumulating large balances of time owed or pay owed. So it helps just keep that, helps to moderate that. Moving on to the callback charts, the significant difference that we see here is the underpaid holiday or unscheduled closure. You've included language around exempt employees will be paid a stipend equal to their hourly rate of pay for all additional hours worked. We've accepted the language other than that, however, not accepting the language on exempt employees. Again, as the nature of exempt employees is that they're not hourly employees, and so they aren't bound by the same hourly wage laws, and we're expected as exempt employees to perform our responsibilities, kind of independent of the holiday or closure period. And so we acknowledge the exempt employees who are required to work on a holiday in the subsequent or previous section, but we did not move forward the additional pay for exempt employees during a paid holiday or unscheduled closure. We're in agreement on, and J, mileage for personal vehicles.
Curtis, just to clarify, we do have one difference in language that OSEA had proposed, an addition of the phrase up to 3 working days per year in the last paragraph of I that we did not pick up.
Thank you.
Is that right?
J, personal or mileage for personal vehicles. The difference in this one is you propose language around, for purpose of this provision, drop-off sites that are outside of district boundaries will be considered out-of-district sites for bus aids. Our concern with that particular language is that if it's at the start and end of the shift, the current language doesn't provide for compensation for mileage at the start or the beginning or the end of one site or shift, whereas the language that you provided seems to imply that that would be included if they're starting their shift or ending their shift outside of the district. And so we didn't move forward with that language there, but open to, if there's a counter proposal on that, that clarifies it. But really, when you start your shift or end it, that isn't the intention of the mileage. It's in the workday between the locations.
I think we very much understand the reality of for getting to and from work, but if I live in the community and work in Beaverton School District, but I'm bus aiding a student that lives in Deep Forest Grove, that is not, I did not sign up for this job to do that. I signed up for a job within the 20-mile radius of Beaverton. I might have to go to another school, right? I mean, I'm a rover. I might be going to Mountainside in the morning and then all the way out to Sato in the afternoon. That's a reasonable thing. But I think the reality for bus aides, I mean, we have students that live in Canby and Forest Grove and Multnomah Falls. That's quite a bigger stretch than the normal work site start place, as well as having your car be so far away from your family, emergencies, and then also having to travel on school bus property, school district property on the buses all the way to and from, never knowing what could happen to one of our buses. So I think that is more of our point of, for people that are, it's outside of the scope of what they signed up for in their work travel.
Christy, is that, do those folks, you have to make that trip during the workday? So they might have to go to
Well,
Forest
for
Grove?
mine do, and mine's covered in it if I'm going between sites, but it's people who get tasked for a week at a time, as every para too can be tasked with the job. Every para in a building can be tasked to do bus dating. So it might just be the beginning and end of the day, but some students do have late arrival start. So like there's a student at ACE, I go to ACE at 7 a.m., but I leave at 9:15 to drive to their house to then get on the bus. So for some bus aides, they do travel during the work period, depending on the kids' time frame of their school day. But I think the big one is just that scope of driving all the way, getting to Forest Grove for a 6:15 bus pickup is a much more impactful than showing up to your normal start time at 7 o'clock across town.
Right, thanks.
Thank you, Kirsty, for that context. Next one, reimbursement for personal property damage. We moved that to Article 14. We just felt it was a better placement there. And really mirroring the language that we also have in the BEA contract around this topic. But you'll see that one in Article 14. L, working out a classification. We clarified that our current practice, and this really kind of expands the working out of class to include a vacant position. And so right now it's somebody's absent, but we also want to make sure that that is noted to include a vacant position. So there may not be an absent individual. It's just that nobody's been hired for that one yet. And we want that to be reflective as an opportunity for out-of-class pay. And then just timesheet as a cleanup there. L, summer break work. Your proposal was to have individuals maintain their equivalent step on the salary scale in which they're working. And we are maintaining that summer work is paid at the rate established by the district. So this is our current practice that we're seeking to maintain with this pay for summer break work. Remote work, I'm not seeing a difference. Which brings us to P, Q, and R. We did not accept the language proposed under P, Q, and R. P, other duties as assigned. Really, we have a agreement and an operating agreement that other duties as assigned really is intended to be duties that are not regular and reoccurring, that closely align with one's job description, but don't feel the need to include that in the contract. That's more of a definition. Q.
I have a question on that really fast.
Yeah.
In the idea of what Brian was saying earlier about trying to make things more unified across the district and not having one building doing one thing and one building doing another, that's kind of where really we worry about the idea of the understanding that these are temporary other duties as assigned. I understand that maybe you and HR, that is your intent and everyone at your table, but I can tell you that everyone at this table has a different understanding of that depending on where their work site is. I know depending on which building I'm working in is dependent on which other duties is assigned is an idea of a temporary assignment or temporary extra help, extra task coverage, but it's not the reality that it's happening. There are buildings that are, once you're tasked with it, that's yours for the rest of the year, where could be other staff in the building that could share the load. So I would just like to point out that with the idea of keeping it equitable between buildings instead of having individual admin perceive other duties as assigned. That is just kind of something we'd hope you consider. This will probably be back in our next proposal.
Yeah, I do agree that with the organizational consistency piece, I think the challenge for us with it as contract language is it has some undefined or ambiguous terms in there, and we're a little bit wary of getting grievances. What does temporarily mean? Does it mean 1 day? Does it mean 6 days? What does reasonably related? We don't want to have people refusing to do jobs because they say, well, it says right here in my contract it has to be reasonably related, and I don't think that is reasonably related, so no, I won't do that, or I'm going to grieve. So that it's in that tough zone where how do you call it out? Because we generally agree with the statement here. It just is a challenge as contract language. So I think that's our struggle on that piece.
That makes sense. Thank you. Maybe we'll just have to get a little more creative with finding a better way.
Okay, thank you.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, this might have been one that came up too, or we, we see some of those same issues of lack of consistency at times. And so I think we have talked about too, and this may be a training issue for supervisors as well, that's a topic that we talk about in leadership meetings as well. Because we see that at times, and Curtis and I have to talk about, hey, this person's being asked to do this thing for a long period of time, and can we handle that? So.
Thank you for that context. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all. Section Q, providing medical care. We didn't accept this one, and really we feel that much of the intention behind, or what we read in your proposal for Q, already exists in various forms. So the opening regarding paraeducators, OAs, and other positions may be called upon to do these tasks. That's really already captured in their job descriptions. We don't, in other parts of the contract, call out tasks assigned to individuals based on job descriptions. And so as these are regular and reoccurring duties that are documented as part of their position, we don't see a need to call that out specifically in the contract. Also with that, the assignment of duties regarding healthcare, nursing, again, that is, we are governed by law on that particular topic. And so that's not something that we feel we need to have a call out section here. And then finally with Q, you propose language around individuals receiving an additional compensation when they're involved in those tasks. Again, as those are tasks that are part of the job descriptions for these individuals, their pay has been determined and set based on the duties that are in their job description. So there is already consideration of those tasks in their compensation. And so we're not accepting the additional $3 per hour when they're involved in those tasks. Again, as they're already receiving that as part of their compensation. And then our extra duty stipends, we didn't accept that as written. The proposal there is a classified staff would receive a stipend when they're similar to a certified contract stipend that is paid. Maybe outdoor school could be an example of this. But as a hourly employee, again, we're bound by hourly wage and hour laws, and so we will continue to pay hourly, whether that is a on-call kind of callback pay or the regular hourly rate for the work that's done, including overtime for those additional duties and responsibilities. So definitely agree compensation is necessary in those situations, but we stand that it's maintaining it on an hourly basis and then including availability for overtime or flex or comp time as appropriate for those. Questions? Anything I missed? Anything that I could just turn my mic off for a moment?
I had a couple questions.
Go for it.
In H2 flex time, B. So in the previous contract, it was stated that upon mutual agreement between the supervisor and an employee, that flex time would happen. Do you see that there is a lot of that not being filled, which is why you're moving it to a supervisor could require you to flex your time?
Yeah, I'm not sure that that is a particular concern. I appreciate the question. I think that it really, the intention here is to call out that it can, again, I use conferences as kind of the example. You know, there may be an operational need in which the supervisor may require that, a shift in the schedule with flex time there. And so just really want to call that out as there will be times that an operational need will dictate that it's required.
But then isn't that also when you said that they can require you to work overtime, correct?
Right, similar, exactly. Like it can be, a supervisor can ask for that if there is a operational need, whether that's flex time or overtime. But to answer your question directly, I'm not personally aware of a lack of fill. We just really wanted to make sure that this reflects our current practice and is clear.
And I think just to have options, I mean, you can use overtime. Obviously, if it can be done through a flex time arrangement, that saves the district money, you know, and so that would be one possibility. If you had somebody who didn't want to flex the time and you said, well, then I'm going to have you work overtime in this scenario instead, the district's incurring a cost that it would not have otherwise incurred if it could have manipulated schedules in some way. So it's to provide a second option there, either the overtime or the flex time.
And I understand that, but I'm just like trying to understand the work-life balance. You know, if I, an associate, have planned a weekend getaway on Friday and then are told on Wednesday that on Friday I'd be working 4 hours less and then have to come in on Saturday and work 4 hours for a conference because it happened. Now that's shifted my work-life balance.
And that's part of the reason that we included the language around the notice of 48 hours there. And ideally, you know, as much notice as possible, but understanding as well there may be kind of unexpected events that come up that aren't, you know, scheduled well in advance. But I certainly hear we hear the need for work-life balance and the importance of having a predictable schedule. And so in an attempt to honor that, the district, the language that we included there was that there be at least 48 hours notice of such a change.
I guess the other thing I would add, I don't know that the work-life balance part is as much impacted, because under the current language where it talks about the district can require an employee to work overtime. So in your example, like you had something planned, but the district needed coverage, the district could assign somebody to come in and work those hours as overtime. So it's not as if the district doesn't have the ability to require that work to happen. It's whether you do it with a corresponding reduction on some other day or whether they're just added on hours. That's the question. So I guess I don't see it as much as the work-life balance piece, because whether you do it in overtime or flex time, the district, if it needed to have that coverage, has the ability to require that work to be done. Again, it's just what form it's taking. So under the current language, it would have to pay that as overtime if it did it.
Correct, and that takes a little bit less of the sting off of it.
Yeah, agreed.
Having to do that. So.
Yeah, it would have to be paid at time and a half if you were a 40-hour-a-week employee currently.
Correct. The other one is just a grammatical error. In 3C, you have CDC. So there's two C's.
Which one is that in again?
There's two B's and two C's. So in 3 compensatory time, it goes A, B, C, B, C.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
thank
catch.
you.
That should be a D and an E.
I had a question back on H with the overtime in section A under 1. Is there a way to come up with numbers of staff that are classified that are working a second job within the district that job then pays them more than what their actual scheduled assigned job is versus those that make less than they're scheduled, so. Did what I say make sense? I think Curtis. Okay. Yeah. Would you like?
Is your question around trying to determine like how many people would be negatively impacted by our
Right.
language versus positively impacted by our
I think we
language?
Correct.
might need to also have a sidebar about this, and maybe bring it back to the table after we have a sidebar due to some other situations of where also the MOU that it is in place where it came from. I'm just not trying to be secretive, just trying not to be, I just think it might need to be a sidebar conversation first, and then maybe we bring the idea back to the table once we,
Okay,
yes,
yeah, that's fine.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions on 8?
Definitely think there will be more, we just need some time. Yes,
There's a lot to that one.
yes, and then could I ask for maybe like a quick, like, 5-minute break, bathroom break for everyone, get up, stretch, move a bit, and we'll
Let's
come
do
right
it.
back. So maybe 6 minutes, we'll be back at 11:05.
Sounds good.
Great.
Thank you.
Our next one is Article 14.
Hey, Curtis, can I ask one final question on 8?
Yeah.
On F1, workplace closure, if the off chance that a workplace closure occurs before November 15th, what's the protocol on the essential crews list?
That's a really good question, and I kind of was turning that over in my mind, looking at, I guess it would be the list from the prior year. Because obviously we've had examples of that, right? Like wildfire closures, and that probably will happen more. You could have other random things happen too, where you had to have a closure. Something happened at a building. That'd be more like a building-specific closure
Right.
than a workplace one. But the wildfire one was the one that came to my mind that we probably need to account for somehow. And that's what I was thinking. I guess you would just go on the prior year's list.
I guess well, yes, staffing change, but also then what would we do in the idea for this coming year, because it's not current practice on who would be, and the current practice that is happening is very unclear to anyone that is in that department.
Yeah.
So need to look into figuring out even a temporary one.
Yeah, we think of those as like, when is snow going to hit? But it doesn't necessarily, you could have a bad windstorm or something like that. I mean, you could have things that cause that. So I think that's a good thing to think about. And we'll talk about that more.
Well, you never
Thanks.
know. Remember two big bargainings ago, and it was April and it was snowing and we had to prolong
I
bargaining.
do remember that.
Glad we're not repeating that one. That's a great question. Yeah. All right, Article 14. Does everybody have a copy? All right. So as you recall, you proposed the safety article. We talked mutually about adding that to Article 14, as Article 14 was an existing contract or article that was pretty small. You'll see the language that we have previously agreed to for Article 14 at the end of this, labeled D, physical examinations. So we all agreed we'd move forward that language, and so that it continues to exist in Article 14. But everything else that you see here is language that we've accepted from your safety article, and so it was some maybe some rewording for sake of clarity. But we were able to take a significant amount of what you proposed in your safety article, and definitely appreciate the shared mutual commitment to the safety and health of our staff. So I'm going to go through Article 14 and really kind of call out maybe the sections that weren't brought forward in our proposal, just for some clarity's sakes there. And so in your Section A, we agree upon the opening statement about the mutual agreement to the health and safety of our staff through the work environment. But beyond that, we didn't move forward with the language stating that the district will comply with state and federal laws. We're expected to always comply with state and federal laws, and so we don't see a need to call that out in relation to a particular topic. We're tasked with that with every topic. And then also there was language you stated about employees with concerns should report those to the supervisor. Well, concerns about health and safety. Again, we feel that employees with concerns period, should bring those forward to their supervisor, not necessarily just relating to health and safety, but if there's a concern, the appropriate thing is for an employee to follow chain of command and share those with their supervisors. So again, in the sake of clarity, we move forward with the opening statement, but feel the latter parts of that paragraph really is self-evident.
Or covered, I think, by both that BEA language that follows, because that talks about complying with state and federal law. It talks about how to report, et cetera.
Yep, good point. So your next section, labeled working conditions, we brought forth much of the intention of these sections, we believe, labeled it physical environment. Again, that language mirrors what we have in our BEA contract. So I think that the greater consistency we have amongst all employee groups, the better served we are. And so the language that you see under our A, physical environments, does mirror the process that we've also agreed to with BEA, so that all members really receive the same, excuse me, level of supports and communication when they do report a workplace concern. And so what you'll see in here is the opportunity and the process for reporting, the follow-up, so that communication is delivered back to the individual who reports a concern within a defined period of 2 weeks. And then also clarification around mitigation efforts when there is a concern in regards to the physical environments. Here's examples of the mitigation efforts that the district will employ in order to address those particular concerns. And so we did not accept the specific language in which there were degrees, 68 degrees. Hey, Susan.
Hey.
To 76 degrees, et cetera. Again, those are guided by state and federal laws, specifically OSHA requirements. And so by stating at the beginning that we will be compliant with state and federal laws, we capture those subsequent parameters.
And also, Curtis, I think, that was a topic that we bargained extensively with BEA. We did land on that language in A4 about, less the specific temperature numbers used, but talking about temperatures in working spaces are unusually high or low, the mitigation efforts that we would take. This, for us, definitely feels like an area where it would be difficult to have two parallel systems running, one for the one employee group and one for the other employee group. We feel like this is definitely an area where we want to be consistent and have one protocol for when people have concerns about things like temperature and air quality and so forth. So, we had a lot of conversation on this and worked these topics quite a bit with various district partners when we bargained with BEA. So I guess we're hopeful that you will see the value in having the same kind of systems and protocols in place for all district employees rather than trying to have two different tracks. I think the language largely covers the majority of topics that you brought up. Curtis already talked about how to report concerns. Again, the temperature piece is in there. You had quite a bit of language about potential mitigation, fans, portable ACs, et cetera. And there's a reference in there. So I think that most of the topics are hit. It's just we deferred to language that's already in existence, again, for that level of consistency. Thanks.
All right. The next section that you proposed was on the safety committee. We did not bring forward that language. The safety committee really, we have existing board policy around the operations of safety committees as required by law. And so we have existing policy language around this. Certainly recognize that our classified staff have a very valuable and important lens in those discussions, oftentimes being the first individuals to experience or witness a condition that may be unsafe. And so our existing policy language around safety committees includes language about having representation from all employee groups. And so we feel that as this is covered by existing board policy, that it doesn't need to live in the contract as well.
Yeah, I think it's also covered by state statute a fair amount as well.
I think one of the hard pieces for us is that it's, again, not the consistency in every building that they are having somebody who wants to be on the safety committee or who's actually out in the building enough to know what the safety concerns in the building are. It's often just tasked with like 2-0A4 as a note taker in a meeting, but they're told to sit there and take notes, but there are also names on the committee as if they are part of the safety committee when it's not really, or somebody who might be voluntold into the role versus there might be someone in the building who wants to advocate, or even BEA has they've approached BEA members who are on the committee to share concerns. The BEA member says, I'd love to have you on the committee, and then admin are saying, no, that's not appropriate. So I think that's more of us trying to find more of a balanced language. So I don't know if that's maybe one of those pieces that could go to training supervisors, but definitely making sure if there's people that want to be doing it.
I
having an option.
definitely would like to hear more about scenarios where people are wanting to be on safety committee and are not being allowed to, because I think the kind of the general experience that's relayed back to us is it's difficult to get people to be on safety committees. So we hear less about, like, there's an active competition for being on safety committees and some people can't. If that's happening at certain work sites, I mean, I think we want to hear more about that, because we definitely want we want participation. And our impression is that it's difficult to get participation. If we're wrong about that, we definitely want to hear more about that, because I agree with you that if there are people who want to be on it, I mean, there's some roles that really lend themselves to being on safety committee, but definitely could be supplemented by other people being on that committee. So I think we're interested in hearing more about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Excuse me. So moving on to your section D, we were able to take much of this section and weave it into the document that you see in our proposal. The first two paragraphs rather, under your D, we feel are captured under our A for the process of reporting safety concerns. And so didn't bring that forward, as we feel we were able to capture what you were seeking there under our A. Third paragraph, in order to, you sought an opportunity to have annual conversations regarding policies and procedures regarding health and safety. We really, again, we value those opportunities. We think that those conversations need to occur. And we have an existing structure through labor management where we can have those conversations ongoing in a very timely manner. So if there is a concern, we want to make sure that we can hear those and have discussion around those on a regular basis. And we have established opportunities to engage in those conversations. Moving through yours, E, regarding training, in our section B, what you'll see in our section B, we really took a close look at the proposals that you made and try to bring forward all of the recommendations that you made regarding training, and we call that out as a separate section just for clarity's sake, so for training and information. And so our proposal B, you'll see it's all language that we've either accepted from you and maybe accepted and reworded for clarity, but these are all of what we saw to be the training advocacy that you've recommended. In your proposal, I do want to call out in our B5, we did change the language of, we added up to 4 hours of paid time to review students' education plans, recognizing that what we read to be the initial proposal was that everybody got 4 hours, and there may be situations in which 4 hours aren't needed. If it's, for example, a AAA supporting one student, they would have fewer IEPs to review than somebody who may be in a resource room and have multiple students' IEPs to review. So agree with the intention of providing that time, but want to qualify that not everybody may need full 4 hours there. Property loss.
Curtis, before you go too much farther, I just wanted to, you had that section G on an after-hours safety plan. I think we were curious, like, I think we didn't hear enough about that, why it wouldn't just follow whatever, like, emergency plans exist in a building for, like, where to report when things are going on. So I think we, as a team, we're struggling to know, is there something specific you're trying to account for there?
I think the reality for a lot of people that work and as a secondary evening, so say a building monitor, It's usually not your home building, so you might not know who to go to. I think about situations like currently or just a few weeks ago, Chehalem, their regular principal was out. And then they had a principal from another school helping. And then there was a very quick switch around where the principal came back. But people, just when there's things that change and don't get communicated out to everyone if you're not in that building, or if you're in a role like mine, I can't remember 55 school sites and all their different admin in a building. And if I'm somewhere after hours for an evening event, something goes on, I don't necessarily know who to contact. So I think there's a lot of the times of just like the safety protocols. And I think when you have things like teams using our schools, that maybe aren't BSD's teams, but they're, using our gyms or whatnot. There's just so many people in a building that we just need to make sure that we know who we're calling, what happens if there are, major emergencies. I think it's easy to assume that there should be somebody in the building that should know who to call, but there's too often times where not. I don't know if anyone else has a piece to add.
I can add to that. So based on experience, I've been at a middle school doing building monitoring, and I have a parent show up at 6:30 and their kid's not off the bus and they were supposed to be home at 4:30. And the tracker, whatever thing's not working right, I don't have the admin's number. No one's in the building but the custodians. I don't know who to call, and I also don't, it makes me feel like we're incompetent then because I can't help this parent. And so not having those in a place where we could see them as well, isn't very helpful. So having them,
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, what do you envision if this were to be put into application? Like, what does that look like?
I would say an
for
emergency
you?
one pager for the entire building that everyone has access to, whoever you are, no different than in theory, every school is supposed to have some kind of book in the office of IEP 504 accommodation so that staff, everyone who's coming in can see it. I think a form of admin, how to get a hold of an admin, who the foreman for the building for custodial maintenance is, because if you're a rover or you've been pulled from another school, I think the basic of who you call for what kind of needs. But, who to call if it's a sped bus, access to Tammy Johnson's number after hours. I think things like just those direct numbers on a one pager accessible to anyone that's in that building working that might need it for an emergency so that they know who to call or how to directly contact. And hopefully that then whatever that person is, if they're not available, there's, that secondary option. Just there are so many people out or changes or on leaves, traveling for work and conferences. I think just making sure that there's multiple access numbers for anyone that's, supporting a building that needs to be safe for the community and ourselves.
and even for, I have the facilities, after hours number, but there are times on the weekends that I have called and they are out of town, so they can't really help me. So I then don't have the admin's number or custodian, whoever it is to at least tell me where something is or what how I can help. So just some specific examples, hopefully they help.
Is it correct to assume that you don't necessarily always have a computer or device when you're in that situation? Is that right?
A lot of classified staff do not have regular access to a device or a device that leaves the building with them. So no, you're often, if your phone works, then you better hope you're at a school where your phone works, because if you're at Findlay or Bonnie Slope or Sato or Jacob Wismer, your phone doesn't work up there anyway unless you're just in the right sweet spot. So I think that's hard. And if our only access is an email, that also, I wouldn't expect that everyone is on their email at all times looking for an emergency. I assume as an admin or supervisor, you're expecting a call for an emergency. But if we don't have access to that number, and I don't want to go through the internet org charts, those are forever to find anything if it's a true emergency.
And is it often paras that are filling these roles?
Paras, all sorts of classified, because everybody, I know so many staff that cover these roles.
Thanks.
I would also say for, what's the word? When they work at the boarding events. Oh my God, what is it called? Meet management. Meet management. I think the reality is there should be somebody, but if it's a smaller team or smaller sport and something happens, you're not always sure who to contact. And those are definitely everybody. Meet management is staff of all kinds doing that.
Okay, thank you. That will help us talk about this one a little bit more. We just, I think, had some uncertainty as to what exactly you were after on this one.
Kirsty, do I have it right that we're talking about an after-hours communication primarily?
A safety plan for your after-hours communication for people doing nighttime work after regular business hours when OA4s or office staff aren't available, or just with changes that happen with people supporting buildings in the evening, making sure that there's a simple one pager somewhere of emergency contacts essentially.
Thank you. That's helpful.
And even if it was, a shared online document, whatever, that could be shared if you're working in that building, similar to when you're temporary in a building during the daytime, you get access to a emergency call list or the contact all the admin and whatnot.
That's why I was asking about the computer thing. I was wondering about like some sort of a shared spreadsheet that we could work on with information.
Yeah.
All right, going back to the flow of information that we did not transfer over. So your F, this is another one that we feel the language as proposed just may create kind of a lot of unforeseen situations or circumstances. And we don't want to unintentionally create a language in the contract that it's kind of vague or too ambiguous to follow or set up for potential grievances. And so really right now, when there is an employee who is injured or they have a work-related condition that comes forward, that follows the work comp process. We have processes in place for that, but to include language that says really for any exposure, we feel that it's too broad. And so really we want to fall back on our existing structures that has kind of the process and the checks and balances to help support employees through those those situations when they occur, but that shouldn't live in the contract. We talked about G, H, safety glasses. We agree, safety glasses are a good thing. We moved that to Article 18, as you saw earlier, with uniforms and supplies, as we feel it fits better over there. Your next section on first aid cards, this we feel is more appropriate under the tuition reimbursement article and is covered under that particular topic. And so we are not bringing that forward under Article 14. Your J, property loss prevention. Again, we repositioned this language from Article 8, so we feel it just fits here with safety a little better. And so you'll see our proposal on this, including your you proposed language around providing a secure space, which we have captured under our C2, in that the district will make a reasonable effort to provide a secure space for employees' personal effects upon request. And so didn't really want to call out specifics like the locked cupboard or cabinets or drawer. It may look different site by site, but really we're committed to making an effort to providing a secure location for individuals to store, secure their personal effects. And then you have continuing your section K and L. We've captured in our B, underneath our sections B. So for example, B5 covers the access to student records. Just trying to make that language a little more concise, but we agree that's a requirement, and so we're accept the intention of that, but just really try to make it a little more concise there.
I think that also appears in B4. B4 really just talking about the access to records, and then B5 calling out that carve out for the 4 hours or what we framed as up to 4 hours of paid time, which would be a new feature in the contract. So I think 4 and 5 are kind of working in tandem there.
Your section L training, again, that is largely reflected in our section B. I do want to call out a difference between your LA, in which it states all school employees will receive de-escalation crisis management. We call that out as employees who are designated by the district and certified de-escalation in positions such as paraeducator, campus monitors, absolutely. And then beyond that, it is available to other staff upon request. And so we want to make sure that those training opportunities are available. But it's really, there are certain positions that are much more likely to need those on a regular basis. and other positions that it may be less applicable, but still available upon request and mutual agreement with the supervisor. And we talked about the 4-hour difference from your section LC. And then that brings us to,
Curtis, did you want to talk about they had a proposal that employees would be provided up to 30 minutes of scheduled non-student supervision time each week. And that is a piece that we did not adopt. And my recollection is that is primarily how that would fit within a schedule felt very difficult.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's correct. Recognizing the need for those professional development times, but they may not, 30 minutes per week operationally just may not be feasible. And so there are maybe longer blocks of time, for example, when there's a conference day or opportunity week at the high school, that provides flexibility for longer blocks of time, but not a 30-minute per week schedule or rotation really is not feasible for all positions. And so we don't want to have it called out in such a tight way, as it really, we do need that flexibility based on the nature of the position. And then I believe that brings us to RD, which is the carryover of the existing language that we agreed to do from Article 14. Any questions on those marathon of articles?
I have a question. In regards to the idea about the safety committee, and how it's part of board policy, how often does the board policy get reviewed in those aspects around safety? Is it more often through the safety committee, or is it on the same cycle as other board policy?
Board policy would be reviewed periodically. There's not a set schedule for that. Typically, it's most likely that a policy will be reviewed and revised when there's a change in state law that is related to it, and recommended for changes in policies that you would see school districts across the state making. There's not an annual review of policies or anything like that.
Thank you. I think after a caucus and a little more chatting, we'll probably have some more formulated questions. I know a few of them have been popping up in our chat, but I think for right now, we're all right.
Sounds great. Thank you.
You want to get up and walk, or you want me to ask somebody else? Here I go. That's not for me. All right, so we're gonna pass around two articles. Oh, they're busy. Hold on, wait, Gabby. I just waited, I paused. I just want to make sure. No, you're okay. We have two articles that we're gonna pass out, 11 and 13. I did mess up and did not type before I sent to Chris. We are passing these as a package, these two articles. So that was my mistake, not putting that at the top of our proposal. Thank you.
I will briefly go over Article 11. In Section A, we have retained the definition of family member. You had suggested we include immediate family member as defined in OAR stating the statute. And we wanted to be consistent with other areas of the contract where we have sought to be future-proofing. This language does come directly from that, but we didn't want our staff faced with an emergency sick leave to be having to look up the statute and worry about whether the statute had changed as far as its impacts on our contract. In Section B, we are in agreement with the language. C as well. The new D, there's still some difference whether, how that will happen when, or what the procedure is when an employee is absent for 5 or more consecutive days. But I believe we're in agreement on E. The real significant change here is on the backside. We heard your concerns about the sick leave bank. You had struck both provision formerly E, currently G, about what happens when an employee's accumulated sick leave expires and they're not covered by paid leave Oregon. Currently, there is an option or a provision for staff in those positions to receive 2/3 salary on a tapering basis based on their years of experience in the district. We are happy to be able to meet you halfway on this and are rescinding our request to reinstate the sick leave bank and instead asking that you retain the 2/3 salary provision.
May I ask a clarifying question on this one? On that section, the right before sick leave bank or the reduced salary leave, you guys have that language, members not covered by paid leave Oregon would be qualifying for that, right? And I was curious whether that means that they haven't qualified for paid leave Oregon or they've already exhausted all of their leave that they can take under paid leave Oregon. Because if it's the latter, then it's kind of like an add-on to paid leave Oregon. So maybe
Its intention is to be for someone who is not eligible or did not qualify for paid leave Oregon. So for example, last year, everyone's pretty aware, I was on a wheelie scooter for about 4 months, broke my foot. I ended up waiting months and months and months and never ended up getting approved for paid leave Oregon. So I went 2.5 months completely unpaid, no money coming in. So it was a big hardship, and I had already gotten COVID from a student earlier in the year and exhausted my sick time, and then used my last 2 days to get my X-ray to confirm my broken foot. So just in the reality of the impacts are people that really have been a long time. Staff and especially a lot of student-facing positions where we are inundated with germs and are often sick from the student sickness and from the reality of the workload or the intensity of the work on top of whatever else we might be getting from our own families. And so our intention was more that if someone was not eligible for whatever reason, that they would still have access to this. And we really believe in the idea of retention, and this could be really beneficial to people who continue to exhaust sick leave from just working in the schools with their kids.
Thank you. So would it be your thinking that they would have applied for paid leave Oregon and have been denied? Or how do you see that rolling out?
Well, might have to come back with you with an answer on that question.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to get as much information as possible for
Totally
us
get
to
it.
kind of analyze that. Thank you.
Yeah, we can get back to you with some ideas on that after we caucus. And then for Article 13, nope. Yes, Article 13. Is that me? Was that somebody else? What? Okay. Nope, you're fine. Sorry. Just getting our, so I believe we, try to just make sure. I don't think we had many changes here. I think we stuck with a lot of the same language and cleanup. So I'm trying to look and see if there is anything. Where is it? Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. So if you follow to the back, go to D on the back page, I think a big one is we wanted to call out here at the table. And then something that we just, I think for members to make it very clear is a lot of our members have had some concerns around the reality of the first 4 days, working days of the month. And people have a really misunderstanding of thinking if you're not working those days that you are losing your insurance for the month. And so we also wanted to call it out to members that it's one unpaid day. It has to be unpaid during that day, not that you're taking a PTO day or you're taking a sick day. It's taking an unpaid day in that time frame, and then really calling out to our membership that we also recognize that we had been looking to make some changes to that, but it's a part of the agreement with our healthcare agencies. And so I'm trying to think of what else we were going to say.
Do you want me?
Yes.
Again, quite a few of our members on the committee here felt that it was quite important to add number 6. In the previous article that we presented to you, the language around the 7 different categories that we had added seemed a little excessive to the fact that everything is actually referred to under 1, 2, 3, and 4 of yours. We're just clarifying a little bit more. And everyone felt that the word domestic in the way of domestic partner is, there's the possibilities of that going away, 1. 2, there are members that may not have the ability to get that legalized. And so just putting down either spouse or / partner. We even toyed around with the words and or partner. As even in our group, we were like, well, but my spouse is my partner. So just trying to clarify that and adding number 6, which was on the original proposal, or I'm sorry, counter proposal that was brought to you guys last month, which is the any individual related by blood or affinity whose close association with the covered individual is the equivalent of a family relationship.
Team, any questions? All right. Well, thank you for these as well. It's about 11:50. Do we want to caucus and break for lunch and check in maybe at 1? Sure. Okay, sounds great. Thanks, everyone.
employee that they passed away.
Can I ask a question quick on D? There's the line that's struck through saying an employee must first exhaust all other appropriate leave balances before using their unpaid leaves. Is the thought with that just if I'm an employee and I only have like one paid day left, that I could sort of keep that in pocket and use an unpaid day in advance to do something like avoid the lapse in coverage if you're on unpaid time the first days of a month or something like that? Just curious to know what the intent with that is.
I think that was more along the lines of, mind you, I've worked multiple different 260 positions in the district, so it's just trying to remember which person at what point made a comment that, gosh, this would be helpful. A newer employee moving into the district who wanted to take time, say, at April or May, their spouse is taking a vacation. But due to them only having actually currently no time, they're required to take it either during winter break or spring break type things. So people have asked for, and some have been given the opportunity to take unpaid leave and then use their vacation for another time, like take a day off Christmas Eve perhaps, to be at home, but then know that they want to use their vacation time at a later date. If I recall correctly, it's only been within maybe the last 8 years that you did have to utilize all of your vacation before you were allowed to even put in for an unpaid leave day. Previous to that, you could. It's like Kirsty and I were talking the other day, the 246 or 247 day calendar that was put into effect because of these employees that were put into these year-round jobs who didn't have any vacation time to them. So that first year, they were given the chance to have spring break and winter break not be a part of their contract so that they weren't being, well, when I worked in SPED, they were the only ones came into the building. Everybody else had comp time or whatever that they didn't come up. So it's just trying to balance it out and make it work for everybody that moves into these positions.
Thanks.
Hey, does anyone have any other questions? Yeah, I do want to share something that just an idea of transparency. We did, our team of us were looking into the school board policy, several things that we noticed around the safety committee, things like the reality of how often it is reviewed and adopted, not terribly often, as well as we want to just be prepared for our counter when we're ready with safety is specifically when we read it, employee representatives shall be volunteers or elected by their peers unless there is a provision in the collective bargaining agreement that addresses the selection of employee representatives. Members of the committee shall serve at least a continuous one-year term. Terms shall be staggered to provide continuity. There shall be a chair elected by the site safety committee. And just knowing, I think in reality that we're probably gonna wanna use some kind of language like that, because I know that is not being, that language is not being done in buildings. And there are many of the people that I know that are OAs that are, on their safety committee have stood alone on the committee, for many, many years. So just something that we did find in that board policy. So, thank you.
Head back to caucus and then we'll check in.
Check in at 3.
3 o'clock sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, friends. Good afternoon. I don't think we have anything left. We're pretty close on a few articles, but I don't think anything. But I feel like we've made some good headway today, 4 TAs and lots of shared articles. But we had an idea we kind of wanted to float by you guys. I think in being creative, we were thinking about our concern with especially things like bus aiding. And we heard you about, the mileage, and we can see that. But I think knowing that the district, we have the mileage chart that you guys have for how far it is to go to Portland, to Salem, whatever on the district website, is kind of thinking of something that possibly working together on some language around if you are bus aiding for a McKinney-Vento student that is outside of the district boundaries by more than, 3, 4, 5 miles, something, that they could arrange to the closest bus on the way out of the route, or to meet them, the staff, the para could meet at the school where the bus driver is leaving from to go to that route to get that kid, or transportation. And we know it could be tricky, so we're not exactly 100% sure on where that location would be, but some school that's on the route on the way out of town, if a bus para could meet them there. And then that would also accommodate any of our aides who might not have their own vehicle or might be having a personal emergency, but wanting to show up and be part of the team and follow their given week or their given day to bus aid. And we just kind of wanted to float the idea and see if you guys had thoughts about that, or could get creative with us, or would be willing to get creative with us to possibly look into something like that, especially specifically for our kids that need access out of our boundaries for McKinney-Vento, and just the impact of traffic and things. Because I do know, in working in SPED, we had a kid last year that moved his foster home all the way up way past Caboose. And that's a big commitment, a big time commitment to a family, and a change of that work-life balance.
Yeah, we appreciate that, and we also talked about that as a group, and certainly recognize that those supporting students who may be outside of the district and supporting them as a bus aid, it does provide some inherent challenges, and so we talked about that as well. I think we're certainly, Kirsty, to answer your question, open to having some discussions around some alternatives and some opportunities to help support the staff who are supporting those students. I don't know that those, because each one of those situations can be so nuanced and potentially different based on the unique needs of that student and where they're residing, to me feels like that could be a conversation that is had maybe as a task force or group to look at how we handle mileage reimbursement, maybe outside of the contract, but getting some clarity to help support staff in those situations. We hear you. We agree that that's something that we could and need to look at together. We do have responses on 11 and 13 that we can share out, and then we have printed copies ready for the TAs.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
All right. We'll pass them both out together. Do you need one, Curtis? I'm good, thank you. All right, I think we are getting very close on these ones as well. I'll start with Article 11. Really, there's two significant changes here. So starting with A, we hear you regarding the accessibility of information regarding the definition and including that in this this article. However, we also recognize that the definition changes. It's actually the current definition under the OAR is changed since your proposal's definition, and so we want to include language that provides some clarity, but also allows for the evolution of the definition to be in accordance with the OAR. And so we included the specific OAR to make it easier for individuals to access that information on their own, and provided the current summary of the current definition. So try to kind of take both of our concerns regarding this one and merge them together. So that's what you'll see under our A. And then the next significant change is under E. And so we appreciate the movements regarding, we initially proposed to strike the 2/3 time along with the sick leave bank. We appreciate your acceptance of the striking of the sick leave bank. We are willing to also accept the 2/3 time, but wanted to provide some further clarity around when that would be applicable. So in the opening paragraph to E, it really quantifies that an employee is eligible who has expended all accumulated sick leave and has applied for and been denied coverage under PLO for reasons other than the prior exhaustion of PLO benefits. And we've also added in there that the use of this will be in full day increments. So to prevent I'm taking an hour here or 2 hours there, but full day increments. So we feel that still providing the opportunity for the access to the 2/3 time, but really with those specific qualifiers to that. And I believe, team, that's the significant changes for 11.
Before Dominic points it out, I think it should be G instead of E, right?
Oh, gosh. It's always when you print this that you see those things.
EFE.
EFE, EFG,
Yeah. So we need to move the
alphabet
F
works
and-
for me. Thank you, Andrew.
He was ready to pounce too.
Stole your thunder. All right, and then looking at 13, again, I think we are close on this one. I believe the area that we continue to have some disagreements is on the final page under F. Your proposal included language, let me pull that one up, around an individual related by blood or affinity whose close relationship is with a covered individual is equivalent of a family. We did not accept that definition. Really, the reason we struggle with that is that it is, frankly, that's a difficult thing to prove. We're just concerned that could be a very broad umbrella under which there could be a lot of individuals that have an affinity or with another person that would therefore become eligible for bereavement leave. But really, we hear the concern associated with that. So you'll see under our F3, really calling out that there are still opportunities for leave for individuals who are bereaving the loss of an individual. And they can use existing PTO or vacation time or other leave options as available to them. So want to make sure that people still realize or understand that they can take time and there's existing opportunities for that outside of the bereavement leave. Other than that, I believe we are in alignment with Article 13.
Question was in E, in that last sentence, was there a reason for not adopting our language around armed forces?
received from the armed forces services. I think that was an oversight. I don't think we have any concern with armed forces.
Okay, thank you. That was just a change that had been brought up by a group of members. And so just it's one of those ones that we felt was a simple change that would make them happier and feel included all the way around. And just want to make sure if it was an oversight. I get it. We keep doing that too with the language back and forth. Thank you.
Thanks for, bringing that up. All right. Any other questions?
Maybe, could we take a break? Well, so we can talk more, ask more questions. Go ahead.
On Article 11, I was just curious, when you say after a denial from Paid Leave Oregon, historically, having dealt with that office, not necessarily for paid leave, but for numerous things, they're not exactly quick. So how long do you wait? You know, people, when they try to call, they can't even get through on the phone line. So how long does that employee go without any money while we wait for that denial? Just something to throw out there.
Yeah, I think we recognize that as a challenge. I think we were trying to mimic as much as we could what we heard during the presentation when we asked, I can't remember I can remember by just looking real quick. You said members not covered by Paid Leave Oregon. And so we were trying to reflect, I felt like the answer that we were given as to what that means. I do realize that there are practical issues, and we talked about the fact that this would likely involve a retroactive payment of the 2/3 days, like after somebody found out that they had been denied the Paid Leave Oregon. So we did have a lot of conversation.
And we definitely appreciate you hearing us and try to, because we've talked to, it's
Yeah.
a tricky one to quantify for sure.
It is, and we had a lot of conversation, do we continue to propose to strike this? Do we kind of piggyback on what they said? We brought in some other voices from HR who administer this, and like, how difficult is this to do? So do recognize that it is a challenge. We kind of agree that it's a challenge, but are trying to find a place to land this issue. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I'd like to ask, we can maybe caucus till 3:45 so we can all just get together our questions, see if we have any more about these, and then when TA sign
Sounds
their
good.
things. Does that
Yeah.
sound good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, friends.
Hello, welcome back.
I don't know what's going on with the goofies down there. We are ready to sign some articles, and I think we just have a couple of comments or questions.
Sounds great. You want to?
That's TA now. I've been waiting for hours.
So we have 3, 16, 26, and 27. Perfect.
And you guys are okay to go to like 5:36
AM?
PM? Just joking.
Would there be flex time involved in that for the classified staff?
My kids will be wondering though in a few hours when I'm not home yet.
I think there's more than everyone's gonna be rushing us out of this board.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay, we had a couple of questions on 13. In section D, under the short-term unpaid leaves, the last sentence, we had added, for example, PTO, sick, or vacation, just clarifying for our members that paid leave does include those three things, and that was not in your proposal back to us. We were just curious if there was a reason or.
So D, last paragraph of D.
Actually, just the last sentence right there on that page. And then when you turn over, it's got the rest. So it would have been, an employee must be in a paid leave status, in parentheses, i.e. PTO, sick, or vacation. And like I said, it's clarifying for those that don't always understand. Those three things are paid leave, whether you're out or not.
Yes, I think we just missed that in the drafting of the language. It's not an objection to the clarification.
And then we also, is this one with the OAR? That's 11, sorry. There's too many things going on at once. In referencing the OAR, we looked it up and it's the exact same wording that we had. So I'm confused when you said it's already been changed. So unless I'm looking at this wrong, it said it was last updated on May 10th, 2025.
So we did go looking at it, and something we know is that a nice user-friendly site defined ORS and OARs as the public laws site, and then sometimes that does get out of sync with actual changes in the laws. And I believe that the language has changed since the version that you had. If you go and look on the Secretary of State's office where the OARs are housed, Oregon sick time, the language was changed. And you can, when you look at that, you see this kind of outdated language about same-sex domestic partners, for example, and that language has been changed. So you just go to the source at the SOS site. And it's a illustration of how language in OARs becomes out of date.
Okay, so, all of a sudden, everybody's really quiet. All of our team felt it was extremely important to list out those specific items, custodial parent, non-custodial parent, all of that, due to the fact that if this is changing that quickly, I mean, from May until now, it's very important to list who we consider family members to be able to take that time during this sick leave. And that kind of then refers back over into 13 with bereavement leave as to who are family members. And so the team felt it was very important to actually list these out instead of just a law or statute or decision of the day, being that this world is changing as rapidly as it is.
I think a big piece for us is recognizing that it's not going to be too far along off before the federal government starts saying, do you want education money? What are you going to give us? We feel very safe in Oregon, but there's going to be a time where we're going to have to trade things out to keep things what we need for education. And I think our worry is that we need to show our members and show our community that we're going to stand strong and we're going to, show them that they can show up for their family members. And I think there's a lot of definitions like foster parent, biological parent, step parent that are very apparent in law that are all very important pieces of somebody's family. And some of these I could still see changing and being taken away, and the idea of kids in foster care or situations that are happening. And I think it's just something that's really important to us is really drawing it out and showing our community that as the world is changing, as the federal laws are changing, that we are still in Oregon and we are still an inclusive community that cares. And if we felt like your values that you had shared with us in prior sessions, that you seem to agree that you aligned with us and your values aligned with our values of trying to represent our community in all of our beautiful things that we say about our district and all of our meetings, that we really think this is actually walking that walk for our staff. I mean, we're not asking for pet parents here, guys. This is not the business. I mean, I know it's sad, but I'm not asking for pet parents.
Can I address the F1 of the Article 13? Just a confusion with where it's a domestic partner and then and then yet D, the domestic part was crossed out. We're thinking that maybe that was a typo because also in B it says spouse partner, not domestic partner. So guessing maybe that was just an error.
Yeah, I agree. That should be consistent.
All right, I think at this time, that's all we have. You guys have anything for us? Any more questions?
I don't believe so.
All right,
Yeah.
so the 18th at Tumwater, yes?
18th at Tumwater. I think we're providing lunch on that one.
Yep.
So,
Sounds good. Is that also the one where we might need to adjust our caucus midday? We can talk about it later.
yeah, let me take a look.
There was some,
I think the 18th is, yeah, so we'll have to adjust
there
the
was an
date for
event,
the
something going on.
maintenance custodial
Yes,
convention.
there,
And then we'll also have to talk about what streaming looks like over
Yes.
there because we don't have access to this technology.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone.